Hello, my friend. Welcome to the long quiet. Tonight you are a lighthouse keeper on Cape Hatteras in the long blue evening of an October storm in 1898. By 6 o'clock the wind had already begun to talk, and Daniel knew that he should be in the lamp room early. He had been on Cape Hatteras for 14 years now. He had kept the light through 14 autumns and 14 winters. And he knew, by the feel of the air against his face on the path between the keeper's house and the tower, what kind of weather was coming. Tonight the air had a low, almost loving press to it. The kind that comes off the sea before a real blow. The gulls had gone quiet. The few that he could see far down at the tide line were standing facing the wind, the way they did when they had decided to wait the weather out where they were. He buttoned his coat. The tower stood ahead of him in the failing light. It was painted in its long candy stripes of black and white. The bands wrapping the column from base to gallery, and the stripes had lost their color in the dusk and become only a quiet pattern of darker and lighter, a rhythm against the gray sky. The tower had been there for 28 years. It had been built in 1870, of brick and iron, to replace the older tower that had gone down too close to the shore. Daniel had not seen the older tower. He had only seen the stories of it in the keeper's logs that he sometimes read on slow nights, in the small fine hand of the men who had kept this light before him. He walked toward the door at the base. The path was sand and crushed shell, backed by years of feet, and his boots made the small flat sound on it that they always made. He passed the small wooden bench beside the entrance, on which he sometimes sat on summer evenings to drink a cup of coffee and watch the surf. And he passed the iron post to which he hitched the mule on the days when the lumber cart had come up from Buxton with the month's kerosene. The post was empty. The mule was in the stable. The day's work, the working of the cart, the dragging of the cans up the path, the careful stacking of the cans in the oil house was done. He unlocked the tower door. The door was iron, very heavy, and the key was a long piece of brass that had been worn smooth and gold by many hands. He opened it, and the air inside the tower came out to meet him. It was the air the tower always had, cool and slightly damp, and smelling of lime wash and of brick, and of the faint, sweet kerosene that lived in the lamp room above. And that, over 28 years, had worked its way down through the long vertical hollow of the place. He stepped in. He pulled the door shut behind him and slid the bar. The base of the tower was a small round room, perhaps 15 feet across, with a stone floor and a small iron desk against the wall, where the keeper before him had used to keep a clock and a barometer, and where Daniel kept the same. He looked at the barometer first. It was reading low and falling. He nodded at it. He had not needed it to tell him what the air had already told him. But he noted the reading in the small green logbook on the desk, in his small, steady hand, and he set the pencil down, and he turned to the stairs. The stairs were iron. They went up the inside of the tower in a long, slow spiral, 270 steps from base to gallery, and they had been climbed by every keeper of this tower since 1870. Daniel had climbed them many thousands of times. He knew them all. He knew the third step, on which someone had once dropped something heavy and made a small permanent dimple. And he knew the 74th, which was the first step from which, looking up, you could no longer see the daylight of the door below. He knew the 141st, which was almost exactly halfway. He knew the last 20, which were always the slowest, no matter how strong a man was. He started up. He climbed without hurry. There was no reason to hurry. The lamp would be lit on time. The light would turn on time. He had never failed it. He set his hand on the iron rail and went up at the pace he always went up, which was the pace of a man who has thought about pace and decided not to think about it any further. The iron under his hand was cold, the way iron always was inside the tower in fall, even when the sun had been on the bricks all day. The cold of the iron in Daniel's hand had become one of the small, familiar things that told him where he was. He went up. The stairs spiraled around the central column, and through the few narrow windows set into the brick at intervals up the tower, he could see briefly in passing the gray light of the dusk over the dunes and the white surf. far below and the iron-colored sea beyond. Each window was a kind of postcard, glimpsed for 1/4 of one moment, and then he had spiraled past it, and the next was 8 or 9 steps higher, on a different side, and showed a different angle. And he had spiraled past that one too. He thought of nothing in particular. He thought perhaps of the kerosene tanks above, which he had refilled that morning. He thought perhaps of the wick, which he had trimmed yesterday and which would burn clean tonight. He thought of his coffee pot, sitting full in the kitchen below, ready to be reheated when he came down. He thought of these things the way a man thinks of the small, steady architecture of his own working life, with a kind of unspoken affection. He climbed. He reached the watchroom a little after 6:15. The watchroom was the small round chamber just below the lamp room itself. It had a desk and a chair and a small black stove and a window on the seaward side and a brass speaking tube running down to the base of the tower, in case some emergency required it. Daniel did not use the speaking tube. He had used it twice in 14 years. Both times it had been to call down for someone to bring him a forgotten thing from below. He set his coat over the back of the chair. He went to the stove and opened the small door and laid a few pieces of pine in the firebox. There was already a bed of ash and a few coals from the previous night. He blew gently on the coals. They reddened. He fed them. The fire took. He left it to do its work. From the watch room, a smaller iron stair led up the last small distance to the lamp room above. He climbed it, ducking slightly through the low hatch at the top. And then he was in the lamp room itself, surrounded on all sides by the great Fresnel lens of the Cape Hatteras light. The lens was beautiful. He had thought this for 14 years and had never grown used to it. It was a first-order Fresnel lens, an immense barrel of cut crystal panels, set in a brass and iron frame that surrounded the lamp at its center in concentric circles of light-bending glass. By day, with no flame at its center, the lens stood quietly and seemed mostly a heavy ornament. By night, when the lamp was lit, the lens became something else. It became an engine of light. It collected the small flame of the lamp and shaped that flame into long horizontal beams that swept out across the sea in slow, steady rotation. By means of the clockwork mechanism that sat in a brass cabinet below the lens, and whose weight once a night Daniel wound up by hand. The lens stood waiting now. The lamp at the center of the lens was an old kerosene mantle lamp, a complex little device of brass and gauze, with a wick that fed kerosene up from the tanks below. Daniel went to it. He inspected the wick. He turned the small valve and let the kerosene begin to come. He pulled a long match from the brass tin set against the wall. He struck the match against the wall, at the small worn place where every keeper had struck every match for 28 years. And the match caught with its small bright sulfur flame, and he held it to the wick. The wick took. The wick took with a small soft pop, the way a properly trimmed wick will take, and the flame stood up small and clean and bright. Daniel adjusted the burner. He pulled the chimney down over the flame. The flame behind the chimney settled into the steady, tall yellow of a properly burning kerosene lamp. He waited a moment. He adjusted the burner a hair further. The flame went from yellow to white, the white of complete combustion, and he was satisfied. He stepped back. He went to the brass cabinet that held the clockwork. He unhooked the chain. He took the long iron lever from its bracket on the wall, and he set it in the slot in the cabinet, and he began to wind. The clockwork came up in long, slow turns, each turn weighing more than the last, until the weight had been raised to its top position, and the clockwork was ready to drive the lens for the night. He set the lever back. He pulled the small release, and the lens, which had been still, began to turn. It turned slowly. It turned in the long, patient revolution that it had been built to turn. One full revolution every 30 seconds. And as it turned, the long, bright bars of light that issued from its flanks began their slow sweep across the world, outside the tower. Daniel stepped to the small balcony door that opened from the lamp room onto the gallery, and he opened it, and he stepped out. The gallery was an iron walkway that ran around the outside of the lamp room. It was very narrow. The railing was painted iron. and the wind tonight was already strong enough that he could feel it pressing the cloth of his coat against his ribs as he stepped through the door. He stood for a moment with his hand on the railing. The world below the tower was darkening to the point of being not really a world anymore, but only a long sea of grays merging into a single gray. The dunes were gray. The beach was gray. The sea was a very dark gray. The clouds, low and moving, were a slightly lighter gray. And across the long underside of those clouds, the bars of light from his lens, his light, were beginning their slow sweep, brushing across the dunes and out across the surf, and into the dim air above the sea. He smiled just slightly. This was the moment. Every evening that he had decided long ago he was going to keep loving for as long as he could. The lighting of the lamp, the first sweep of the lens, the moment when the world below was given back. In the dark, a long, slow promise that someone was awake at the top of the tower, that the keepers were still keeping. He stood for a minute on the gallery and watched the beams turn. Then he went back inside. The watch room was warmer now. The stove had taken hold. He shut the hatch above him, the small iron hatch through which he had climbed up to the lamp room, and he sat down at the desk. There was the small thing every keeper did at the beginning of every watch. There was the writing in the logbook. The logbook was a tall green ledger, bound in cloth, with the seal of the United States Lighthouse Board pressed into the cover. It sat on the desk. He opened it to the page he had been keeping all month. He took up the pen. He dipped it in the small inkwell that lived in a brass collar on the desk. He wrote the date, October the 22nd, 1898. He wrote the time. He wrote the barometer reading from below. He wrote the wind direction, which was northeast, and the wind force, which was rising. He wrote that the lamp had been lit at 6:18 on time, and that the lens was turning, and that the conditions for the watch were, in his estimation, weather coming. He set the pen down. He looked at the small handwriting on the page for a moment. He had a small hand, a fine and careful hand. The kind of hand a man develops who has filled out many tens of thousands of small, precise lines over a long working life. He thought briefly of the keepers who had filled this same page in the years before him. William Crew and Jonas Marston and Henry Hawes, all of whom had had their own hands, all of whom had had their own way of riding the wind and the weather. The logbook was a small, slow river. He was only the most recent stretch of it. He closed the log. He went to the stove. He set the small enamel coffee pot on it. The coffee in the pot was the coffee he had brought up from the kitchen earlier in the afternoon, in a pot already filled, the way he did when a storm was coming, and he did not want to have to go back down to the keeper's house in the middle of the night to make a fresh pot. The coffee would reheat now. He waited. He sat in the chair. The chair was a plain wooden chair with a low back and a smooth seat. It had been in the watchroom for as long as he had been in the watchroom. It had been worn into a small dished shape, in the way that any chair sat in for thousands of hours by a single man will be worn. And Daniel's body fit into it the way that any well-worn thing fits its user, comfortably and without thinking. He let his head rest back against the wall behind him. The wall was whitewashed brick. He could feel the slight bumpy texture of it through the back of his collar. Beyond the wall, the cold of the autumn night was pressing against the bricks from the outside. But the wall itself was holding the day's warmth, and the stove was adding more. And the watchroom in the small circle of its lamp and its stove was warm. He waited for the coffee. Outside, the world was completing its turn into full dark. He could see through the window the way the sea had become invisible against the sky, and the sky against the land, and the land against itself. All of it merging now into a single gray-black field, with only the slow, brilliant bars of his own light passing across the upper part of that field. Again. 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 It's the long, patient rhythm of the clockwork. The wind which had been gathering was now pressing. He could hear it now in the iron of the gallery above. It made a low, even moan in the railing, and a higher whistle around the corners of the lamp room. The sound was not unpleasant. He had heard it many times. He could read it the way another man might read a barometer. And he knew that the wind, as it stood now, was about 10 knots and rising. It would be 20 knots by 10 o'clock. It would be 30 by 2 in the morning. The weather had not yet committed itself to the form it would take, but he could feel it committing. The coffee began to make its small sound. He stood and poured a cup. The cup was a thick white china mug with no decoration. He sat back down. He held the cup in both hands. He drank. The coffee was the strong, dark, almost bitter coffee he made. He liked it that way. He drank it that way every night. He thought of the men out there. There were always, on any night, a few men out there. There were the schooners running the coast, beating up toward Norfolk or down to Charleston. There were the steamers. Fewer of them now in the late autumn, but always some. There were the fishing boats which kept closer in, but which sometimes were further out than they should be. And on a night like tonight, with a storm coming, there were the boats that had not made harbor in time, and were now committed to riding the weather out. For all of them, his light. He drank. He felt in the small quiet of the watchroom the great long fact of his work. He was a man at the top of a tower with a flame. And the flame was for the men in the dark out there. The world was simple here. The world had been simple here for a long time. The coffee was warm. The lens was turning. The wind was rising. He sat. By 9 o'clock, the storm was real. The wind had come up through the early evening in steady increments, the way these northeasters did, never quite seeming to arrive at full strength, but only adding and adding, until at some point a man realized that what had been a strong wind was now a great wind, and that the great wind had been a great wind for some time, without his having noticed the change. The pane in the watchroom window had begun to rattle, very slightly, in a frequency that was almost too high to hear. The iron of the gallery above moaned now in two separate notes, a low one in the long horizontals and a higher one in the rail. The bricks of the tower were faintly humming. The rain had begun an hour ago. It was not heavy rain yet, It was the long, fine, cold rain that comes ahead of a real fall blow. And it had been driving against the seaward windows of the tower so steadily that the water was running in unbroken silver sheets down the glass. Daniel had gone up twice already. He had gone up at 7. The first time to check the wick, which had been burning a little hot. He had trimmed it down a quarter turn and watched the flame settle. And then he had stood in the lamp room for a few minutes longer than he needed to, the way he sometimes did, watching the lens turn around him in its long, patient rotation, and the bars of light going out into the storm. The lens in a storm was a great, calm thing. It did not care about the weather. It only turned. He had gone up at 8:30 to wind the clockwork halfway. He had not needed to. The clockwork ran a full 8 hours from a full winding, and he had wound it less than 3 hours ago. But he had wound it anyway, the way a man in a heavy night finds small, reassuring tasks to do. He had set the lever. He had wound the weight up another 2 feet. He had set the lever back, and the lens had not changed its pace. But he had felt better for the doing. Now he sat below in the watchroom again. He had refilled the coffee. He held the cup in both hands. The cup was warm, and the coffee was warm, and the watchroom was warm, and outside the storm was building. The first foghorn came in from the south. It was a long, low, sustained note, very far. It was the foghorn of a ship somewhere out beyond the Cape. A steamer, probably, blowing its fog signal in the rain. Daniel listened. He didn't turn his head toward the window. He didn't need to see the ship. The ship was somewhere out there, and the captain of that ship was somewhere on its bridge. And the captain had been watching for this light. His light, sweeping across the dark. And the captain had taken his bearing from it, and was now blowing his horn to say so, in the old quiet conversation that the sea had been having with itself for a long time. The horn came again, a little longer. Daniel said softly to the empty room, "There you are." He said it not to the captain because the captain could not hear him, but to the ship, in the way a man says it to anything in the night that is doing what it is supposed to be doing. The ship was passing safely. The light had done its work. He smiled at his cup. He drank. After a time, the foghorn faded southward and was gone. Some minutes later, another horn came. This one from a different direction, more to the east. He listened to it too. He gave it the same small, unspoken acknowledgement. He drank. The rain on the window had become heavier, and there was now a wash and a wash to it. A coming and going as the gusts pulsed against the seaward face of the tower. The pane rattled a little louder. The iron sang. The bricks hummed. The lens turned. Daniel finished his cup. He set it on the desk. He stood and he stretched in the small, economical way of a man who has been sitting for an hour, and who does not really need to stretch, but who likes to do it anyway. And he walked once around the watchroom. 2 slow laps. And he sat back down. The body, in long watches, asks for small attentions. He gave them to himself. A larger gust shook the tower. It was a long, sustained gust, with weight in it, and the whole upper part of the tower trembled, very slightly in the way that an immense, rigid thing trembles when a great mass of moving air pushes against it. Daniel felt it through the floor under his feet and through the chair under him. He was not afraid. He had been in the tower in worse. He had been in the tower in the great September storm of 1895, in which the wind had gone past 60 knots, and the gallery's iron had moaned a deep, continuous chord, and a wave at the dune line had thrown spray 200 feet into the air, and the lens had kept turning, and the lamp had kept burning, and he, 26 years old then, had passed the night in this same watchroom, in this same chair, drinking this same kind of coffee. And the morning had come at the end of it the way the morning came, at the end of every night. The tower would hold tonight. The tower had held many tonights. He listened to the wind. He listened to the rain. He listened to the long, low call of the foghorns coming and going at the limit of his hearing. The watch went on. A little after 11, Daniel's relief came. The relief was a young man named Carter who had been Daniel's assistant keeper for the past 8 months. He was 23 years old, lean, quiet, with a careful face. And he had been doing the alternating watches well. He climbed the stairs of the tower with the practiced rhythm of a man who has climbed them many times already. The hatch from the watchroom down to the stairs opened, and his head came up through it. He nodded at Daniel. "Evening," he said. "Evening, Carter. How's she standing?" Daniel turned in his chair to look at him. "She's standing fine. Lamp burned a little hot at 7. I trimmed it. She's clean now. Lens is true. Glass is full. Wind's about 30 out of the northeast." Carter nodded. He came up the rest of the way and stepped into the watchroom. He went straight to the stove and held his hands above it. His coat was wet across the shoulder. He had walked across the path from the keeper's house in the rain. "Foghorns?" he said. "2 so far. Steamer to the south at 9. Schooner to the east at 9:30. Quite since." "All right." Carter took the pen from the holder on the desk and signed the log for the change of watch. He wrote the time, 11:07, and his initial, and he set the pen back. He had a small, careful hand, too. He had been learning over the months the small, precise habits of the place. Daniel stood. He took his coat from the back of the chair. He put it on. He took his hat from the peg. "Reading?" Carter asked. "Falling. 29:20, last I looked." Carter nodded and bent over the desk to check the barometer himself. Daniel watched him for a moment without seeming to. Carter was, he thought, a steady man. He would be a fine headkeeper himself one day, on some other tower. He had the temperament for it. He had the patience for it. He had the small fondness for the work that a man cannot fake. And that is necessary for the keeping of any light. "I'm down, then," Daniel said. "Good night, sir." "Good night, Carter." Daniel touched the brim of his hat to the younger man. A small gesture that had become his own private way of marking the change of watch. And he ducked through the hatch and started down. The stairs going down were always a different thing than the stairs going up. A man going up the stairs of a lighthouse tower is going toward his work. A man going down is going away from it. The hand on the rail is different. The pace is different. The body at the bottom of a long going down has the slight bone-deep tiredness of a watch completed. of a thing finished, of a small thing done well that no one will ever fully measure. Daniel went down at his own slow pace. The wind in the tower's hollow column made a faint hollow sound, almost like breath, and the bricks hummed faintly in their long vertical sleeve, and through the few narrow windows he passed he could see briefly the long bright bars of light from above, sweeping across the dunes and out toward the dark sea. He thought, going down, of the bed waiting in the keeper's house. He thought of his stove. He thought of his last cup of coffee for the night. He thought of his small bedroom, with the iron bedstead and the wool blanket, and the small kerosene lamp that he kept by the bed for the few minutes of reading he liked before sleep. He came at last to the bottom of the stairs. He crossed the small circular room at the base. He glanced at the barometer again, as he always did, more out of habit than need. He took his key. He unlocked the iron door, and he stepped out into the storm. The wind hit him. It was a different wind out here than it had been in the tower. The tower had held the wind off and made it only a thing of sound. But here in the open, the wind was a moving, solid thing. And the rain came in horizontal sheets. And his coat snapped against his ribs. He pulled his hat low and bent into it. The path to the keeper's house was 100 yards or so. He had walked it 10,000 times. He locked the tower door behind him. He walked. The keeper's house was a low, whitewashed 2-story building with a slate roof and 2 chimneys, set in the lee of a small rise just back from the dunes. It belonged to the United States government. He had not built it. He lived in it. He would not, when his time was done, take it with him. The windows of the lower floor showed warm yellow against the storm. He had left a lamp burning in the kitchen. He reached the porch. He stomped his boots. He opened the door. The warm, dry air of the kitchen came out to meet him. He stepped in. He closed the door. The storm went on outside, but he was inside now. He hung his coat on the peg by the door. He hung his hat above it. He stomped his boots once more on the entry mat. He took the boots off. He pulled on the soft house slippers he kept by the door. The slippers that had been a Christmas gift from his sister in Norfolk 3 winters ago. And that hat, in those 3 winters become his favorite indoor thing. He moved into the kitchen. The kitchen was a small square room with a black cast iron stove against one wall, a plank table in the middle, 2 chairs at the table, and a deep porcelain sink under a window that looked out toward the tower. The window framed just now, a slow pale flash every 30 seconds, the sweep of his light passing across the upper sky beyond the dunes. The light reached into the kitchen for a fraction of a second on each sweep. It touched the white porcelain of the sink. It touched the brass of the kettle. It touched the small ceramic bowl that he kept his keys in. It moved on. Daniel went to the stove. The stove had been banked when he had gone up earlier, but the bank was good and the coals were still hot. He opened the firebox, fed in 2 pieces of pine, and the fire took. He set the kettle on. He found the small biscuit tin on the shelf, opened it, took out 2 biscuits and set them on a plate. He thought briefly of butter, decided he did not need butter, set the plate on the table. He sat. He ate the biscuits slowly. They were the biscuits he made on Sundays, baked in the small wood-fired oven beside the stove, and on Wednesdays late in the week. They had become harder than he liked. But a man eating biscuits in the late hour of a stormy night is in no position to be choosy about the texture of his biscuits. And Daniel was not choosy. He ate them. He listened to the wind around the eaves. The kettle came up. He made the small pot of coffee that he made for the after-watch cup. It was a smaller pot than the watchroom pot. It was for 1 cup. The cup that ended the day. He sat back down at the table with the cup. He let his head settle back against the high wooden back of the chair. He let his eyes close just for a moment. He did not sleep. He drowsed only a little, a kind of half-drift, the way a man does in the warm chair of his own kitchen after a long watch, in iron and cold and rain. The wind made a great long pass at the side of the house. The house groaned a little in its old wooden bones, but it did not move. It had been built well in 1876 by men who had known the weather of this place. It had held. It would hold. Daniel drank. The cup was the same chipped white china mug he had used in the watchroom. brought down with him. He drank from the unchipped side by a long habit, and his lower lip rested against the chip, and the chip was familiar. He thought of nothing in particular. He thought perhaps of the lens turning at the top of the tower. He thought perhaps of Carter sitting in the watchroom above, drinking his own coffee, listening to his own foghorns. He thought perhaps of his sister in Norfolk, who he had not seen since spring, and who would write him a long letter in November, and who would mention again, the way she always did, that he was welcome to come down to spend Christmas with her family if he wished, and that he would, the way he always did, write back and say that he could not leave the light, and that she would understand, the way she always did, that this was the kind of thing he had to say. He smiled into his cup. He set the cup down. The rain on the kitchen window had become a long, even hush. The wind had settled into its long, sustained gusts. The storm was at its full now. It would blow itself out by morning. It always did. The northeasters of October were patient storms. They worked. They left. Daniel reached up and adjusted the kerosene lamp on the table, turning the wick down a little, so that the light became smaller and closer. The kitchen sank into a softer dim. The only light in the room now was the lamp on the table. And every 30 seconds, the slow, pale flash from the tower, passing across the window. He sat in this softer light for a long while. He drank the rest of the cup. He thought in a slow way that was not really thinking of all the lights he had ever kept. He had been an assistant keeper at Bodie Island for 6 years before Hatteras. He had been a lamplighter in Portsmouth for 2 years before that. As a young man, the keeping of lights had been his work, in one form or another, since he was 19 years old. He was 53 now. He was not old, but he was no longer young, and he was settled into the work in the way a hand settles into an old glove. He set the empty cup on the table. He pushed the chair back. He stood. He carried the cup to the sink. He set it in the sink. He would wash it in the morning with the rest. He turned the lamp on the table lower still, but did not put it out. He stood for a moment in the small, dim kitchen. listening to the storm. Then he went, slow, the way he did everything now, toward the small bedroom that opened off the kitchen. The bedroom was a small, low-ceilinged room with one window facing south. An iron bedstead with a wool blanket folded twice at the foot. A small chest of drawers against the wall. A chair by the window and a small kerosene lamp on the chest of drawers. That was all. He had never needed more. He lit the lamp. He turned the wick low. He went to the chest of drawers and took off his outer clothes. He folded them the way he had always folded them. The trousers across the chair back. The waistcoat over them. The shirt across the back of the chair. He kept the union suit and the wool socks. He sat on the edge of the bed. The bed was an iron bedstead with a wool mattress on a board base. The bed had a sound when he sat on it that he had known for 14 years. It was a small, soft, yielding sound. The mattress had become, over 14 years, the shape of his body in long use. And the mattress greeted him as it always did, by remembering him. He took the small book from the bedside. The book was a copy of Whitman's Leaves of Grass, the 1881 edition, in brown cloth. It had been with him for many years. He read in it most nights, only a little. Never with any kind of system. Only opening it at random. Tonight he opened it. He read a few lines. The lines were the lines of the poem about the grass. He had read them many times. They still came up out of the page, in the small lamplight, as quiet and large as they had ever been. He read. He did not read for long. He had read maybe a page, maybe a page and a half, when his eyes began to do the slow, heavy thing they did at the end of a long night. He marked the page with the small leather ribbon. He closed the book. He set it on the chest of drawers. He turned the lamp down to its lowest. He lay back on the bed and pulled the blanket up. The blanket was wool and heavy and smelled very faintly of cedar from the chest, where he kept it through the summer. He folded one arm behind his head. He let the other rest on his chest. He could feel under his hand the slow rise and fall of his own breath. He closed his eye. Above him, far above, his light was still turning. He could not see it from his bed, but he knew it. He knew it in the way a man knows the working of a thing he has worked himself. A thing that goes on whether he is watching it or not. The lens was turning. The lamp was burning. The bars of light were going out across the storm. Again. 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 In the long, patient rhythm of the clockwork. Somewhere out beyond the Cape, a captain on some bridge was taking his bearing from those bars and turning his ship a quarter point towards safe water. And another captain further south was doing the same. And another further out was doing the same. The work was going on. The work would go on through the night. It would go on without him now. Carter was up there. Carter would tend it. Carter would wind it. Carter would write the law. Carter would walk down the spiral stairs in the morning, the way Daniel had walked down tonight. And the next keeper would walk up, and the spiral stairs would receive them all, the way they had received every keeper of this tower since 1870. The bed held him. The storm went on outside, and the kitchen lamp burned low at the door, and his bedside lamp burned low at his head, and the wind made its long passes at the side of the house, and the rain made its long, even sound. And far above, his light kept turning. He could not see it, but he knew it. His shoulders, which had been holding the small, unconscious tensions of a watch in iron and rain, let them go. His hands let them go. His jaw let them go. His breath slowed. He thought slowly of small things. He thought of the cup in the sink waiting to be washed. He thought of the biscuits in the tin to be eaten tomorrow. He thought of the path between the house and the tower. Sand and crushed shell that he had walked 10,000 times and would walk 10,000 times more. He thought of Carter, 23 years old, up there now in the warm watchroom with his careful face and his careful hand, and his good, steady patience. He thought of his sister in Norfolk, who he would, this November, write again to say that he could not come for Christmas. He thought of the lens. His thoughts slowed. They became no longer thoughts, but only the gentle drift of one thing into another. The light, the wind, the blanket, the slow rise and fall of his breath, the faint pale flash every 30 seconds through the small window that he could not see anymore through his closed eyes, but that he could feel almost in his face, in the way that a man who has lived near a light for many years can feel the light even when he is not looking at it. He let it pass over him. He let it pass over him again. The storm went on, and the light kept turning, and the long October night settled in around the Cape. And Daniel, who was tired and warm and not afraid, drifted gently down into the deep, easy quiet of sleep. The wind went on around the eave. The rain went on against the window. The lens went on turning. And somewhere out there, in the storm, the boats that had taken their bearings from the long, bright bars of his light were finding one by one the safe water they had been looking for, and were settling in to ride the rest of the night out. And the captains on their bridges were yawning and lowering their wheels to safer headings and looking up once more, just to be sure. And they saw on each long, slow sweep the Cape light, his light, doing what it had always done and would always do. And they let their shoulders drop, and they breathed, and they went on through the night. Daniel slept. The night kept being the night, and that was all. And now, you quiet words to carry into sleep. You are safe. You are warm. The day is done. Nothing more is asked of you tonight. The room around you holds you gently. The bed beneath you holds you fully. Your body knows how to rest. Your mind may let go now. The long quiet is here. Sleep well, my friend. From the long quiet, sleep well, my friend. From the long quiet. Hello, my friend. Welcome to the long quiet. Tonight you are an aging bookseller closing up your small shop on a rainy October evening in Vermont in 1978. By a little after 6 o'clock, the rain had been falling for most of the afternoon, and Walter was beginning to think about closing up the shop. The shop was called Hollis Books, and it had been called Hollis Books for 31 years, since the autumn of 1947, when Walter had taken the lease from a man named Pemberton, who had wanted to retire to Florida. Walter had been 31 years old at the time. He had used most of his savings on the lease, and on the first 6 months of stock, and he had spent the first winter of the shop in a state of low, quiet fear that he had made a serious mistake. The mistake had not materialized. The shop had stayed. 31 years had gone by. He had not gone to Florida and had not, on most days, considered going. He was 62 years old now. He was a tall, thin man, slightly stooped at the shoulders in the way men get, who have spent a lifetime leaning toward the lower shelves of bookcases. And he wore, in October, a heavy gray wool cardigan over a white shirt and a thin navy tie. The cardigan had been a gift from a woman he had known many years ago in Boston. The woman had moved to Connecticut and married a dentist. The cardigan remained. He had washed it many times. It still held its shape. The town in which the shop stood was a small Vermont town. The kind of town that had a single main street and a small green at the south end of it with a Civil War monument, and a white wooden bandstand that no one had used in his memory. The town had perhaps 1,100 people in it. Walter knew most of them by sight, and a smaller number by name, and a smaller number still as friends. He had become, in 31 years, the bookman of the town. And this was, for him, a satisfactory thing to have become. The shop had 4 rooms. The front room was where the new arrivals went. Behind the front room was the larger middle room, which held most of the general inventory, broken down into the usual sections. And behind the middle room was the back room, which was the section for the older and finer books. Glassed-in cases along the walls, a small Persian rug on the floor, a single deep armchair, and a green-shaded brass library lamp on a small desk, where Walter sat when he was cataloging. Off the back room there was a small kitchen with a counter and a sink, and a hot plate, and a glass front cabinet of mismatched cups, where he made tea for himself and sometimes for customers who had become friends. Upstairs, accessed by a narrow door at the back of the kitchen, was Walter's apartment. He had lived there for the full 31 years. The rain had been a long, quiet rain. It had begun around 2 o'clock as a kind of soft thickening of the air, and had become, by 3, an honest, steady October rain, the kind that comes down in even gray curtains and asks nothing of anyone. The streets of the small Vermont town outside the shop window had gone slow in the way streets do in steady rain. The few cars that passed went slow. The few people on the sidewalks walked slow under their umbrellas. And the umbrellas, viewed from inside the shop through the rain-blurred glass, were small, dark, moving discs, going one way and another, in no particular hurry. Walter stood for a moment at the window and watched. He had a cup of tea in his hand. He had been drinking tea in his small, careful way since about 4. The cup was a thick, white china cup with a small chip in the rim that he had chipped himself in 1958 on the corner of the counter. The chip had become familiar. He drank. The shop had been quiet for most of the afternoon. A woman had come in around 3 to look for a cookbook for her daughter who was getting married in November. And Walter had spent the better part of half an hour with her, walking the cookery section, pulling down volumes for her to consider. She had settled at last on a clean copy of Beard's American Cookery and one of Child's Mastering the Art of French Cooking. And she had thanked him with that small particular warmth that people use when they have been helped without being hurried. And she had gone out into the rain with her 2 books in a brown paper bag, pressed to her chest under her coat. After that, no one had come for almost 2 hours. He had used the time. He had sat at the small desk in the back room and worked through the pile of letters from the dealers in Boston. A long letter from a man named Sturgis, who handled estate liquidations, and who had written to ask about a particular set of trollop that had come into his hands. Walter had written back to ask the condition of the bindings. He had set the letter on the corner of the desk to be mailed in the morning. He had drunk his tea. The bell above the front door rang once. He turned from the window. A man had come in, shaking the rain off a long brown raincoat. And the man was Henry Caulfield, who came into the shop every Friday at about this time to pick up whatever Walter had set aside for him during the week. Henry Caulfield was the high school history teacher in the next town over, a man of about 50, quiet, kind, with the small, attentive eyes of a man who had read a great deal and would read a great deal more. He had been coming to the shop since 1968, 10 years now, and he had become, in those 10 years, what Walter thought of as one of the small handful of true friends he had made through the shop, although they had never, in all that time, met outside it. "Walter," he said. "Henry." Henry hung his raincoat on the hook by the door. He stamped his rubbers once on the mat. He came forward into the shop. "You said you had something for me," he said. "2 things, actually. A nice copy of Mencken came in on Tuesday, and the Salinger I wrote to you about. The Salinger came. It came." Walter walked behind the counter and pulled. from the small stack of held items he kept on the shelf below. 2 books wrapped in brown paper with Henry's name written on each in pencil. He set them on the counter. Henry approached, picked up the top one, unfolded the paper a small distance to see the cover, smiled and folded the paper back over the book. "How much?" he asked. "8 for the 2. Henry counted out $8 and laid the bills on the counter. Walter put them in the small wooden drawer beneath the register. They did not speak as he did this. There was no need to speak. It was a transaction they had done together perhaps 400 times. "How's the rain treating you?" Henry asked. "It's a fine rain. I think it's gonna come down all night." "I think so." Henry tucked the 2 books into the inside pocket of his raincoat, which he had brought down off the hook for the purpose, and he put the raincoat back on. He paused at the door. "Walter, you know, my brother is coming up from Hartford next weekend. He'll want to see the shop." "He's welcome. He hasn't been up in a few years. I'd be glad to see him. I told him about your trollops." Walter smiled a very small smile, in the way he smiled at the long stretch of all the conversations he had had about books over the years. "He should come. Good night, Walter." "Good night, Henry." The bell rang as the door closed behind him. Walter stood at the counter for a moment after Henry was gone. The shop was, again, very quiet. The rain on the front window was a small, steady sound. The clock on the wall, an old wooden wall clock that had been in the shop since before Walter, ticked its slow tick. Somewhere in the middle room, a board settled with a small, soft pop, the way old buildings do when the temperature shifts. He drank the last of his tea. He set the cup on the counter. He looked for a moment at the long rows of shelves stretching back through the rooms of the shop. The shelves were dark wood, oak in some places and walnut in others. They had been built by a carpenter named Mortensen in 1936. Walter had inherited them. He had added a few more himself over the years, but the bones of the shop were Mortensen's bones. And Walter, looking at them, thought, as he sometimes did, that he was the temporary occupant of a stage that had been set long before him and would remain long after. He walked to the front door. He turned the small wooden sign that hung in the window from open to closed. He slid the bolt across. He drew down the small blind on the door's window, which he did not always do, but which he sometimes did on rainy nights when he did not want anyone to look in and see him moving about in the lamplight and feel encouraged to knock. The shop was now his. He stood in the front room for a long moment and let the small fact of having closed up settle around him. There was a kind of small daily ceremony in this, in the closing. It had not lost its quality in 31 years. The shop became, between 6 and 7 in the evening, a different shop than it was between 10 and 6. In the daytime, it was a public place. A place open to the small ringing of the bell and the small varied hours of customers. After 6, it was something else. It was his rooms. It was where he lived his evenings. He went then to the broom and dustpan that he kept in the corner behind the counter, and he began the slow, small sweep of the front room. He swept the way he always swept. He started at the front of the room and worked back, taking the small drift of grit that the day's customers had brought in on their shoes and pushing it in long, slow strokes toward the central aisle. There was not much to sweep. He had swept this morning, but the rain had brought a small new layer of grit. He had been a sweeper of this floor for 31 years. He knew its quirks. He knew the slightly low place in front of the new arrivals table where the bristles caught. He knew the small worn groove along the threshold of the doorway between the front room and the middle room, where his customers' feet had worn down the wood over time. He knew them the way a man knows the small geography of any place where he has spent the long inner hours of his life. He finished the front room. He moved into the middle room and swept it too. The middle room took longer. There were more shelves, more aisles, more small turnings of the floor. He went around the entire room. He stopped twice to bend down and pick up a fallen bookmark and a small scrap of receipt paper that had drifted under a shelf. He put them in the small wastebasket beside the counter. He moved into the back room. He did not sweep the back room. There was nothing to sweep. He had not had a customer in the back room since Tuesday afternoon. The Persian rug had been beaten on Sunday. The floor was clean. He brought the broom and dustpan back to their corner. He picked up his teacup from the counter and he carried it slowly through the middle room, through the back room, and into the small kitchen. He set the cup in the small porcelain sink. He would wash it later. He turned in the kitchen doorway, and he looked at the back room. The back room was, in the evening, his favorite room. It had the deep armchair and the desk with the green-shaded lamp and the glassed cases of the finer books along the wall. It had the small Persian rug, faded and warm, that he had bought at an estate sale in 1962 in a town further north. It had a small wood-burning stove in the corner, an old enamel stove that he had had cleaned and serviced for so many seasons that the man who came to service it, a fellow named Robideau, had become a friend, and they had talked over the years about many things besides stoves. Walter went to the stove. He opened the small grate. There were already a few embers from earlier in the afternoon. He fed them. A small piece of birch first, then a split of pine. The fire took in its small, careful way. He closed the grate. He stood for a moment with his hands held just above the iron top of the stove, feeling the warmth begin to rise. And then he turned to the desk. The desk was small and old, and made of cherry. It had a worn green leather inset on its top. Walter sat at it most evenings when he was not in the armchair. And he did at the desk a number of small things. The small bookkeeping of the shop, the writing of letters to dealers in Boston and New York and London, the cataloging of new arrivals, the slow, patient correspondence of a small bookman's life. Tonight he did not have any bookkeeping to do. The week had been settled on Wednesday. He had written all the letters he needed to write that morning. The new arrivals had been cataloged on Tuesday. The desk tonight was clear, except for the green-shaded lamp and the small pewter pen holder, and the small leather-bound notebook in which he sometimes wrote a few sentences before bed. Not a diary exactly, but a place where some thought of the day could be set down before it left him. He pulled the notebook a little closer, but he did not open it. He sat for a moment in the back room, The lamp was on. The fire in the stove was beginning to send a small warm light through the isinglass window in its door. The rain on the rear window of the shop, which looked out onto a small alley behind the building, made a soft, even sound. The shop, in this hour, had become, the way it became every evening, a small lit cave deep in a long, rainy October. Walter stood up. He went slowly into the middle room, and he began to walk the shelves. This was, every night, his small private ritual. He walked the shelves before he went upstairs. He went through the front room, through the middle room, through the back room, and he looked at the books. He did not look at all of them. He looked at the ones that, in some way, asked to be looked at on a given night. A title on a spine would catch his eye. A volume slightly out of place would catch his eye. The faded blue of a familiar binding would catch his eye. He would stop. He would draw the book out an inch or two, look at it, and slide it back. Sometimes he would open it for a moment, read a sentence at random, close it, and slide it back. He did not buy them again, did not need them, but he visited them. They had become, over 31 years, the people of his evenings. Tonight he stopped first in front of a small section in the middle room that held the New England regional writers, and he drew out, just to look at it, a small green cloth-bound volume of Robert Frost. He had owned this copy for many years. It had a small water stain on the back cover that he had always liked. He opened it at random and read 4 lines of "The Woodpile." He closed it. He slid it back. He moved on. A few feet further along, he stopped in front of a tall row of Sarah Orne Jewett. He had read all of her many years ago in a long winter when he had been laid up with a slight knee injury. And the books had a particular small association in his mind with that winter, with the long evenings of reading in the chair upstairs, with the bowl of soup on the side table, with the soft fall of snow on the roof. He did not draw any of the Jewett out tonight. He simply touched with 2 fingers the spine of "The Country of the Pointed Firs" in a small, light gesture, the way a man touches the lid of a jar to make sure it is closed. and he moved on. He came into the back room. In the glass case along the east wall, he had his small collection of older volumes. These were the books he sold when a serious collector came in, which was perhaps 4 or 5 times a year, and otherwise simply kept, because they were the kind of books he liked to know were in the building. He stopped in front of the case. He bent slightly to look at a small set of Dickens, the Charles Scribner's Sons edition from 1895, that he had bought at an auction in Boston in 1964. The bindings were the color of old burgundy. The spines had small gold lettering that had faded slightly at the tops. He liked them. They were not particularly rare or valuable. They were simply familiar. A few inches to the right of the Dickens, behind the same glass, was a slim brown leather volume of Whitman that he kept there mostly because he liked having it nearby. He did not open it tonight. He only looked at it through the glass, and he gave it the small private nod a man gives an old companion at a remove, and he turned away. He completed the round. He went back, slow, to the kitchen. He stood for a moment in the kitchen doorway and let his eyes go over the small, ordinary scene of it. The kitchen was perhaps 8 feet square. It had, on the wall opposite the door, a small window that looked out on the alley. It had, beneath the window, a deep porcelain sink in which he had set the teacup. It had a small wooden counter to the left of the sink, on which sat the kettle and the hot plate, and a small tin of tea bags, and a small pot of honey he kept for occasional sweetening. It had, on the right, a glass front cabinet of mismatched cups, perhaps a dozen of them that he had collected over the years. None of them matched. He liked them. The mismatching had become, over time, a small kind of choice. He filled the kettle from the tap. He set it on the hot plate. He turned the small knob to medium. He stood at the kitchen counter for a moment, looking at the kettle, listening to the rain. The kettle began, after a little time, to make its first small ticking sounds, the way a kettle does on a hot plate. He took down from the cabinet the same china cup he had used earlier in the afternoon, taking it out of the sink and rinsing it under the tap. because he was not going to let it sit dirty until the morning after all. He took from the tin on the counter a single tea bag, the strong black tea he drank in the evenings, and he placed it in the cup. He set the cup beside the kettle. He waited. He was not in a hurry. The rain made its long, even sound on the alley side of the building. A small drip from the gutter outside the kitchen window made a faint, regular tap on a pail he had set there a year ago and never moved. He had meant, when he set the pail, to move it after the storm that night had passed. And somehow the pail had become permanent. He had grown fond of the small tapping sound. He would not now move the pail. The kettle came to its boil. He poured. He watched the steam rise off the cup. He let the tea steep for the long minute he always let it steep. He removed the bag. He laid it in the saucer beside the cup, where it would cool, and where, in the morning, he would carry it to the small compost bucket he kept in the alley. He carried the cup slowly through the kitchen door, across the back room and to the door at the foot of the stairs to his apartment. He opened the door. The stairwell was narrow and the wood was old, and made the small particular sounds it always made when he climbed. The third step from the bottom always creaked. The seventh always creaked. The 10th gave a smaller, higher creak, almost a chirp. The 14th, near the top, made no sound at all, and he had often noticed that this was strange, but had never investigated. He climbed slowly, the way he climbed everything now. The teacup was warm in his hand. He held it carefully as one holds a candle in a long hallway. The apartment at the top of the stairs was small. It had a living room with 2 windows facing the street, a small bedroom, a smaller kitchenette, and a bathroom. The living room had a couch and a reading chair, both old, both his, and a small bookshelf along one wall, and a side table beside the reading chair, and a floor lamp that he had bought in the same year he had bought the rug downstairs. The walls had 3 framed prints on them, all of New England landscapes, all bought from the same dealer in Brattleboro over the years. There was no television. He had thought once or twice of getting a television and had not. There was a small radio on the kitchenette counter. and he listened to it sometimes on Sunday afternoons when the public station played string quartets. But he did not have it on tonight. He set the cup on the side table beside the reading chair. He turned on the floor lamp. The room came up in its soft yellow light. He went slow to the small bedroom and changed out of his shirt and tie into the soft flannel shirt he wore in the evenings. The one with the small frayed patch at the right elbow that he had told himself for 2 years he would mend, and had not. He kept the trousers. He took off his shoes. He put on the wool slippers that had been a Christmas gift from his sister in Boston 6 winters ago. And that had, in those 6 winters, become his favorite indoor thing. He came back to the living room. He sat down in the reading chair. The chair greeted him, the way old chairs greet old sitters. It had a small, low creak as he settled into it that he had heard so many evenings he no longer really heard. He picked up the cup. He drank. The window beside the chair looked out onto the rear of the shop's roofline. The small slope of slate tiles going down to the gutter, and the lit edge of the alley below, where a single street lamp cast a small yellow circle into the rain. He could not see the rain itself in the dark, but he could see the small, constant disturbance of the puddle in the alley as the drops hit it. And he could see the slow run of water along the gutter. He sat. He drank. The cup was warm in his hands and warm in his chest. The cardigan was warm. The slippers were warm. The room was warm in the way that a small, low-ceilinged room above a heated shop is warm in October. Not very warm, but warmly enough. He let his head settle back against the high old upholstery of the chair. He thought for a small, slow while of nothing in particular. He thought perhaps of the small, ordinary fact that he had been doing this exact thing, in this exact chair, on perhaps 2,000 rainy October evenings over 31 years. There was not, in this fact, anything sad. The chair was a good chair. The tea was good tea. The rain on the slates above him was a good rain. He had become, over time, a connoisseur of his own small evenings. And the connoisseurship had a quality he could not have named when he was younger, but that he knew well now. He thought briefly of his sister Marjorie in Boston, who would, when she next wrote, ask him again to come for Thanksgiving. He would. When he next wrote her back, say that he could not leave the shop. They had had this same exchange in writing for many years. She would understand. She always did. They had understood each other in this way since they were children together in Worcester. He drank. After a time, he reached for the book he had set on the side table the night before. The book was a small old volume of Edward Thomas's poems, which he had been reading off and on for a week. It was not new to him. He had read it many times. He read it slowly, a few pages a night, and he was now somewhere in the middle. He opened it to the page he had marked with a thin slip of paper. He began to read. The poems were the slow, plain poems of Edward Thomas, who had been a quiet man who had lived in the English countryside and who had walked mostly unnoticed, and who had died in France in 1917 at the age of 39. In the first hour of the first morning of the Battle of Arras. Walter had been not yet born when Thomas had died. The poems went on without him. They had a particular slow honesty to them that Walter had always liked. A kind of unwilling to perform quality. A willingness to mention the small actual things of the English countryside without making any large claim about them. There was a poem in this book about an old man chopping wood, and a poem about a kestrel, and a poem about the long, quiet rooms of an inn at evening. And Walter had read each of them many times over many years. He read. The poem on tonight's page was the one called Adelstroke, about a train stopping unexpectedly at a small English country station on a quiet summer afternoon in 1914. And the single moment of quiet that the poet had heard, and a blackbird, and the small, far calling back of other birds further on. Walter had loved this poem since he was 35. He read it again tonight. He read it slowly. The cadence of it was a cadence he knew well. He had it almost by memory, but he read it from the page anyway, because reading it from the page was part of the way he had come to know it. He read the way he had read all his life, with a slight inward lean, his eyes moving slowly down the page, his lips not moving but somewhere just inside his mouth, holding the small shapes of the words. He paused at lines he liked, He underlined nothing. He read. After the Adelstrop, he turned the page and read the next poem too, which was about a country lane and a particular small, slow afternoon. He read it. He let it pass through him. He turned more pages. He read for a long while. The rain went on outside. The lamp made its small, soft circle around the chair. He read until the cup of tea was empty. And the next cup of tea was something he could have made and did not bother to make. He read until the small green eye of his alarm clock in the bedroom said something a little after 8. He read until his eyes began to do the slow, heavy thing they did at the end of a long, quiet day. He marked the page with a small slip of paper. He closed the book. He set it on the side table beside the empty cup. He sat for a minute without moving. The book had been a friend tonight. The tea had been a friend. The chair was a friend. The rain on the slates above him was a friend. He stood up. His knees did the small popping thing they did these days. He smiled a little in the lamplight. He was 62. He had been 62 for some months. He did not mind. He took the empty cup to the kitchenette and set it in the small sink. He would wash it in the morning with the breakfast cup. He turned off the floor lamp in the living room. The room sank into the soft dim it sank into, lit only by the small thread of streetlight coming in through the window. And on the wall behind him, the slow, pale slip of headlight as one car somewhere down the rainy street passed along. He went slow to the bedroom. He undressed in the small, careful way he always undressed. He folded the trousers across the back of the chair by the dresser. He folded the flannel shirt across the trousers. He kept the union shirt and the wool socks. He went to the small bathroom and brushed his teeth in the slow, steady way he had brushed them every night of his adult life. 2 minutes by the small wooden clock on the shelf, top to bottom and front to back. He rinsed. He turned out the bathroom light. He came back to the bedroom. He sat on the edge of the bed. The bed had been his bed for 31 years. It was an old iron bedstead with a good firm mattress and a wool blanket folded twice at the foot. It greeted him the way old beds greet old sleepers, with a small, soft, yielding sound, and the memory of his shape. He turned the small lamp on the bedside table low. The room sank further. He picked up the small leather-bound notebook from the bedside table and the pen. He opened the notebook to a fresh line. He wrote, October the 20th, 1978. Rain all afternoon. Henry came for the Salinger. The book is selling itself. I think of Thomas tonight. The pail is still there in the alley. He closed the notebook. He set it back. He lay back on the bed and pulled the wool blanket up. The blanket was old and heavy and smelled very faintly of cedar from the chest where he kept it through the summer. He folded one arm behind his head. The other rested on his chest, where he could feel the slow rise and fall of his own breath. He closed his eyes. The rain on the slates above the shop went on in its long, even sound. The street lamp out in the alley made its small yellow circle. The shop below him, dark now, with its long rows of shelves and its many quiet thousands of books, and its small Persian rug and its old enamel stove cooling for the night, kept itself. He thought slowly of small things. He thought of Henry Caulfield, going home now with his Mencken and his Salinger, opening the books at his kitchen table in the next town over, perhaps with a glass of beer beside him, perhaps with his own wife in the next room. Henry had been married for almost 30 years. Walter did not know what kind of marriage it was, only that Henry seemed to be a man at ease in it. He thought of the small water stain on the back of his Robert Frost. He thought of the cup in the sink. He thought of the slow drip into the pail in the alley. He thought of Edward Thomas, walking a long time ago, somewhere in England, on some quiet country lane, on some long summer afternoon, before any of the world had changed. He thought of Adelstrop, the empty platform, the blackbird. He thought of the woman who had bought the beard, and the child. He hoped her daughter would have a good marriage. He hoped the cookbooks would be opened often. He thought of the small Sarah Orne Jewett spine he had touched in the middle room with 2 fingers. He thought of Robidoux, who came every September to service the stove, and who told every September the same small set of stories about his sons, who had grown and moved away and who came back. Now, only for Christmas, His thoughts slowed. They became no longer thoughts, but only the gentle drift of one thing into another. The rain, the blanket, the slow rise and fall of his breath, the small, slow tick of the clock on the wall of the shop below him, which he could not hear from his bed, but which he knew was there, and which had been there since before him. He let it pass over him. He let it pass over him again. The rain went on, and the shop went on below him, and the long Vermont evening settled in around the building, and Walter, who was tired and warm and not afraid, drifted gently down into the deep, easy quiet of sleep. The rain kept falling. The street lamp kept its small yellow circle. The shop kept itself. And somewhere in the long quiet of the building, in the back room, the small wood stove that he had banked before going up sent up one last small, gentle pulse of warmth into the dark stacks of his books, and the books on their old wooden shelves settled into themselves for the night. The clock in the front room ticked. The clock in the back room ticked. The two clocks were not quite in step, and over the long course of the night they would drift in and out of each other's rhythm in the way they always did. Two slow, patient voices speaking past each other in the dark, and the rain on the roof of the shop would go on, and the small, steady drip into the pail in the alley would go on, and Walter, asleep in his bed above them all, would not hear any of it, and would not need to hear any of it, because the building was holding him, and the rain was holding the building, and the night was holding the rain, and he was a small-held thing inside a long-held thing inside a longer-held thing still. He slept. He dreamt briefly of a country lane in summer, of a stopped train, of a blackbird in a tree just out of sight. He turned in his sleep once, very slightly to the left. He settled. He slept on. The night kept being the night. And that was all. And now, a few quiet words to carry into sleep. You are safe. You are warm. The day is done. Nothing more is asked of you tonight. The room around you holds you gently. The bed beneath you holds you fully. Your body knows how to rest. Your mind may let go now. The long quiet is here. Sleep well, my friend. From the long quiet, sleep well, my friend. From the long quiet. Hello, my friend. Welcome to the long quiet. Tonight you are reading by the light of a small fire in your own quiet room. The book is an old leather-bound volume bought years ago on a rainy evening at Hollis Books in a small Vermont town. You open to a page you have read many times. A tale of an old skald named Helgi, who on a winter night long ago told of Thor and the frost giants in the long hall of a chieftain whose name has been forgotten. On a night in the deep middle of a winter very long ago, a fire burned low in a pit of stones at the center of the room. The fire was old. It had been burning in one form or another since before the hall was built, and the hall had been built before any of the men or women in it that night had been born. The pit was a wide ring of weathered gray stones set into the packed earth floor, and the fire in it now was a quiet, patient fire, mostly coal, with a few small tongues of flame still moving over the surface of the longest log. The smoke went up, slow, through a hole in the high thatched roof, where the wood smoke met the cold air of the upper night and disappeared. Around the fire, the people of the hall had settled in for the long, deep middle of the night. There were perhaps 24 of them. They lay on the broad benches of pine that ran along the inside walls of the hall, wrapped in furs of every kind, the heavy brown of bear, the dark of wolf, the soft gray-white of fox at the throat. Some had children pressed against them. Some had dogs at their feet. A few were already asleep, breathing slow. The small, even rise and fall of their chests visible in the firelight. Most were not yet asleep. Most were waiting. They were waiting for the skald. The skald was an old man, and he sat on a low stool near the fire, on the side closest to the chieftain's high seat, which was empty tonight because the chieftain had gone visiting a daughter further down the fjord. The skald was wrapped in a long brown cloak of heavy wool, and he had a wooden cup of mead between his hands, and he was looking at the fire. His name was Helgi. He was perhaps 70 years old, perhaps more. No one in the hall knew exactly. Helgi had walked into the hall one autumn evening many years ago, an old man even then, and had told a tale at the request of the chieftain who had ruled then, and had simply not left. He had stayed for one winter. He had stayed for the next. he had become in time. The hall's skald, and the hall had become his last hall. And the long winter nights had become the place in his life where his voice belonged. The fire crackled very softly. A single coal split and breathed out a small, gentle hiss. Helgi lifted the cup. He drank. He set it down on the small wooden bench beside him. He cleared his throat in the quiet, long way of an old man clearing his throat at the beginning of a long telling. And he looked once around the dim hall at the rapt shapes of the people in the firelight. And he saw that they were ready. "Tonight," he said, "I will tell you a tale of Thor." He said this the way he had said it on perhaps 300 winter nights of his life. His voice was low and rough and patient. There was no theater in it. Helgi had stopped trying to be impressive about his telling perhaps 40 years ago. He simply told. The telling, he had come to believe, was its own thing. It did not need him. A small child near the fire, perhaps 4 years old, asleep against the side of her mother, made a tiny soft sound in her sleep. And the mother stroked the child's hair without opening her eyes. Helgi waited until the small sound had gone. "This is not the tale of Thor at the wedding," he said. "And it is not the tale of Thor at the river. And it is not the tale of Thor at the bottom of the sea. Those tales have been told. Tonight I will tell you a tale that is older than the wedding tale, and older than the river tale, and older than the tale of the bottom of the sea. It is a tale my grandfather told to me when I was a small boy near the long fjord at the north. And it is the tale of Thor in the country of the frost giants. In a winter very long ago, on a night which was perhaps very much like this night." He paused. The fire in the pit moved a little. A new small flame found a fresh edge of the longest log, and the new flame stood up, very slow and yellow, for a moment, and then settled back down to the patient orange coal glow of a fire that has been burning for many hours. Outside the hall, very far off, a wind made one long, low call against the high pines of the slope above, and then it was quiet again. Helgi began. "In the days I am telling of," he said, "the world was younger than it is now, and the men in it were fewer. and the giants in it were many. The giants lived then as now in the country called Jotunheim, which lies east of all the lands of men and beyond all the rivers, and beyond the long blue mountain that holds up the eastern edge of the sky. Jotunheim was not a place men went in those days. It was a place they spoke of in the long winters, when the wind made certain shapes at the edges of their roofs, and they wondered what it might be. He drank again from the cup of mead. He set it down, but Thor went there. He said this not with any rise of voice or drama, but only with the small, quiet weight of a fact being placed on a table. Around the fire, one or two listeners shifted slightly into their furs. The small, unconscious settling in of people who have heard the opening of a tale and who know that the tale is now underway, and that they may, in good conscience, let themselves drift toward sleep alongside it. Thor went there in a particular winter. Helgi said, "It was a winter such as we have not had in this hall in your lifetimes, and not in mine. It was a winter so long and so deep that the rivers in the country of men, which usually freeze only at their edges, froze all the way to the bottom of their middle, and the fish in them slept inside the ice, and the bear, which usually wake once or twice in the deep months of the winter, did not wake at all that year, but slept the whole long winter through in their dens of stone. The snow was past the height of the doorposts of the hall. The smoke from the hole in the roof went up into a sky which did not move. The world held still. He looked at the fire. It was in that winter that Thor went east, alone, into the country of the giants. He did not say to anyone why. He did not bring a companion. He did not take even his hammer with him, though it lay close at hand. He took only his cloak, which was a long cloak of heavy red wool, the color of new blood drying on snow. And he took a small bag of bread, and he took a small flask of milk, and he took a stout walking staff of ash, and he set out on the long road east. A man on one of the benches, an older fisherman named Eyvind, who knew this kind of telling well, made the small low murmur of approval that listeners make when the opening of a tale is going slow and well. Helgi continued. The road east was the road that went out from the gates of Asgard. and it ran across the long bridge of light that goes from the country of the gods down to the country of men. And then it ran further still, across the wide white plain of the world, where the snow lay heavy and the sky was very pale. Thor walked. He did not hurry. He did not have to hurry. The frost giants were old, and Thor was old too, and the road was old. And a road that is old does not ask its walker to hurry. The fire popped very softly with a single small dry pop. Helgi did not look at the fire when it popped. He had heard 10,000 fires pop. He went on. He walked through the day. He walked through the night that followed the day. He walked through a second day, and through the night that followed that. He stopped only to drink from the flask and once to eat a small piece of bread. He did not feel the cold the way another man would have felt the cold. He was the son of Odin and the friend of fire, and the cold had given him a wide berth all his life. But on this journey, the cold was deeper than any cold he had known. And even Thor, on the third night, had pulled his cloak closer at the throat. He paused. The fire shifted. A coal at the edge of the pit slipped down. In the small, slow settling that old fires do. And a small, bright shower of sparks rose for a brief moment above the pit, and then died. On the third day of his walking, Helgi said, Thor came to a wide place in the plain where a small forest grew. The forest was not the forest of pines that lay along the rivers of the country of men. It was an older forest. It was a forest of birch and of low cedar, and of one or two great oaks that had been standing in that place since the days of the older giants, when the world had been newer and the men had been fewer. The trees of this forest were very still. There was no wind in them, although there was wind on the plain on either side of them. The trees had a way of holding the wind off. In the country of the giants, that the trees of the country of men have lost over the long century. He drank. Thor walked through the forest. The snow under his feet was old snow, packed by long winter and by no foot in particular, and it made the small dry squeak under his boots that old snow makes. He passed here and there, small marks in the snow, the prints of creatures he did not recognize. Some were small, The prints of foxes, perhaps, that the giants kept. Some were larger. The prints of creatures the size of the bears of the country of men, but with toes that did not match any bear Thor had known. He did not stop to study the prints. He walked on. He paused. At the heart of the forest, he said, there was a small clearing. In the middle of the clearing, there was a stone. It was not a tall stone, like the stone he had passed before with the runes that warned of the country. And it was not a stone of black basalt, like the walls of the longhouse he would later find. It was a low, round stone, white in the snow, the height perhaps of a man's knee, smooth on the top, the kind of stone that might have been a stone for sitting on in the long evenings, if any creature had come to sit there. Thor stopped before this stone. He let this sit. He set down his staff. He said. He set down his bag of bread. He set down his flask of milk. He sat himself in the small, careful way of a tired walker on the low white stone. The stone was cold under him, but it was the clean, honest cold of a stone in winter. Not the deeper cold that lives in the air of the country of the frost folk. And it did not chill him. He took out the small flask. He drank a little of the milk. The milk had been frozen for 2 days, and he had had to thaw it inside his cloak against the warmth of his own body. But it was milk still, and it was good. He ate a small piece of bread. He chewed it slowly. He looked while he ate at the small forest around him. The fire crackled very softly as he sat there. Helgi said, a creature came out from the edge of the clearing. It was a small creature. It was the size of a fox, perhaps. But it was not a fox. It was a hare. It was a hare of the country of the giants. And it was larger than the hares of the country of men. And it was white from nose to foot. The long winter white of all the small creatures of the deep northern country. It came out of the brush. It stopped. It looked at Thor. He paused in a small, quiet, pleased way. Thor looked at the hare. He said. The hare looked at Thor. Neither of them moved. The hare's eyes were the small, dark eyes of a hare. Very steady. And Thor's eyes were the steady eyes of a god who had walked far. They considered each other. The hare was not afraid. The hares of the country of the giants had not yet learned in those days to be afraid of any creature, because there were no men in their country to teach them fear. Thor sat very still. He set the piece of bread he was eating down on the snow, a small distance from his boot. He drank from his cup. "The hare," he said, took 2 steps toward the bread. It stopped. It looked again at Thor. Thor did not move. The hare took 2 more steps. It reached the bread. It picked it up in its small, fine teeth. It ate it. Very slowly, in the small, careful way of a small creature eating a thing it has been given. When it was done, it looked once more at Thor in a way that was almost the way a guest looks at a host who has been generous. And then it turned and slipped back into the brush at the edge of the clearing and was gone. A small, wordless sound of pleasure went through the wakeful listeners. They liked this kind of moment in a tale. The small encounter with the small creature. The long, quiet exchange of no harm. Thor sat for a long while. Helgi said, after the hare had gone. He finished his own piece of bread. He drank a little more of the milk. He put the flask back into the fold of his cloak. He looked at the long, pale light of the 3rd afternoon, coming down through the bare birches around him. He had not, until that moment, fully understood that he was inside the country of the frost folk. He had passed the stone with the runes 2 days before, but the country of the giants had not, until this moment of the small hare and the small bread fully arrived around him. Now it had. He was in it. He was, in fact, a small thing inside a very large country. And the country was not unkind to him. He let this sit. He stood up. He said. He took up his staff. He took up his bag. He set out again, north and east, through the rest of the small forest, and out the other side, and onto a wider plain, where the snow lay deeper, and the light was paler, and the trees were fewer. He drank. He walked through the rest of that afternoon. He walked through the night that followed. He stopped once to sleep for a few hours in the lee of a great fallen pine that had lain on its side. On that plain for perhaps 300 years. The trunk of it as wide as the body of a horse. The long branches of it sticking out of the snow like the spokes of some immense forgotten wheel. He slept for a small while. He dreamed of the small white hair. He woke. He walked on. He looked at the fire. And then, Helgi said, on the morning of the 4th day, Thor came to the country of the frost giants. He let this hang for a moment in the warm dim of the hall. He came to it in the way a man comes to any place at the end of a long road. Which is to say, without knowing he had arrived until he had arrived. The plain he had been crossing began to lift slightly. The pines, which had been thin and far apart, became thicker and older and taller. The snow on the ground became older too, more compacted, more like stone. He passed at one point an immense boulder set in the middle of the trail, taller than the tallest pine he had passed that day. And the boulder he saw as he came near had been carved very long ago with the small, careful runes of the older giants. He read them, for he could read the old runes, and they said, "Here begins the land of the frost folk. Walk gently. The cold has memory." He let this sit too. A woman on one of the benches drew her child closer in her sleep. The dog at her feet stirred, sighed, and was still. Thor walked on past the stone. Helgi said. He walked, perhaps, for half a day more. The light, which had been a pale, low winter light all morning, began to thicken into the silver blue light of a long northern afternoon. The pines closed in further. The trail, which had been a wide, easy trail across the plain, became a narrow trail through the pines. And the narrow trail wound in slow turns between very large stones that had been set into the ground at intervals. And each stone, as Thor passed it, had its own small, careful runes, which he did not stop to read, because he was beginning now to feel the country itself around him in a way that was older than any reading. The fire shifted again. The longest log, which had been burning slowly from one end, broke in half with a small, soft crack, and the two halves of it settled into the bed of coals. and a wave of new low heat came up off the pit and spread into the hall. Helgi looked at the fire. He waited until the small movement of the fire had passed. Then he went on. As the afternoon went on, he said, Thor began to come down into a long, shallow valley. The kind of valley that lies between two ridges of pine, with a small frozen stream at the bottom. He followed the trail down into the valley. The stream was a hard white ribbon of ice. He walked alongside it. He came after a time to a place where the stream widened into a small frozen pond. And beside the pond, set among the pines, there was a longhouse. He smiled in the small, slow way an old skald smiles when he comes to the part of a tale that he has loved for many years. The longhouse, he said, was the largest longhouse Thor had ever seen. It was 4 times the length of the longest hall of men, and it was twice the height. The walls of it were not built of pine logs, the way the halls of men are built, but of black stone. Immense slabs of basalt set one upon the other, and fitted so closely that no chink showed between them. The roof was of slate, the long gray slate of the high mountains, and the slates were so large that any one of them would have made a floor for a small hut of men. The chimney that rose from the high middle of the roof was a chimney of stone, and from it there came, very slow, a long, thin twist of smoke, the color of old iron. He looked around the hall at his listeners. A few of them had fallen further asleep. One man at the back was now snoring very softly, in the small, steady rhythm of a man who would snore through the remainder of any telling. And Helgi did not mind. The tale was a tale for the half asleep. It had always been a tale for the half asleep. His grandfather had told him so. Thor walked, Helgi said, the last small distance to the door of the longhouse. The door was a door of black wood as tall as 3 of Thor, and as wide as 2. There was no knocker on it. There was no handle on it. There was only a small ring of iron, set at the height of a giant's hand, perhaps 3 times the height of Thor's own hand. Thor reached up. He could not reach the ring. He stood for a moment, considering. A small laugh went through the hall. A low murmur of soft amusement from the wakeful listeners. They had heard before in other tales of this particular discomfort of Thor's. Thor was a god of average height, and the giants were giants. And the world of the giants was a world built for giants. And Thor had often found himself in the country of the frost folk at the wrong end of a doorknob. He did, said Helgi, what any traveler does when he comes to a door that he cannot knock on. He stood beside the door, and he waited. He let this sit a moment. He waited, he said, for a long time. He waited as the silver blue light of the afternoon thickened into the deep blue of the evening. He waited as the few high stars that lived in the long northern sky began to come out. 1 and 2 and 3, very small and very white. He waited as the cold came down, the deeper cold of the deep evening of the deep winter of the country of the giants. He pulled his cloak tighter. He pressed his back against the great cold stone of the longhouse wall, which had, all the same, a small remembered warmth in it from the body of the longhouse around it. He drank from his cup, and after a long time, he said, the great door opened. There was a small stir in the hall, a low collective breath drawn in by the wakeful, the kind of breath listeners draw when a tale has come to a small turn. It opened, Helgi said, very slow. There was no creak of hinges, because the hinges of the long houses of the frost folk are not the hinges of the halls of men, and they do not creak. The door simply moved, the way a thing moves when it is being moved by something very large and very slow and very strong. It opened a small distance. It opened a little more, and then it stopped. When it had opened enough to admit a god of average height, he smiled again. In the doorway, he said, stood a giantess. Helgi paused to let the listeners hold this image for a moment. She was tall, he said. She was taller than the door. She had stooped to look down at Thor through the opening. Her hair was white. It was not the white of frost. It was the white of very old age, of a person who has been alive for a great many winters and who has stopped counting. Her face was the face of an old woman who had been beautiful for a long time. Her eyes were the pale gray of fjord water in the long afternoon. She wore a long dress of undyed wool, the color of old bone, and she had around her shoulders a heavy shawl of dark gray fur, the fur of some creature that had not been seen in the country of man for a very long time, perhaps for never. He looked at the fire. She looked down at Thor. He said, for a long moment without speaking. Thor looked up at her. Neither of them showed any expression. They simply considered each other, the way two creatures of different worlds consider each other when they meet, without hurry, without fear, only with the long, slow weighing that is the proper greeting of strangers. The fire crackled softly. At last, he said. The giantess spoke. He drew himself up a small distance on his stool, in the way he always did when the giantess was about to speak, because the voice of the giantess was, in his telling, a particular voice that he had to find every time. Her voice, he said, was low. It was lower than the voice of any woman in the halls of men. It was a voice that had spent a long time among stones and rivers, and it had the quality of stones and rivers in it. She said, "You have come a long way." He looked at the fire, and Thor said, "I have." She said, "You are alone." Thor said, "I am." She said, "You have not brought your hammer." Thor said, "I have not." She said, "Then come in." A small, pleased murmur went through the wakeful listener. They had been waiting all along for the door to be opened to Thor. The opening of the door was the part of the tale they had wanted. It was the moment when the long, cold journey came to its end. "Thor," said Helgi, walked through the door. The giantess stepped back and let him pass. The door closed behind him, slow, the way it had opened, and there was no sound of latching. The door simply settled. He looked around the hall. "Now," he said, "I will tell you what Thor saw when he was inside." He drew a long, slow breath, in the way of a man who has come to one of his favorite passages of a tale, and who wants to give the passage its proper time. "The longhouse," he said, "was the largest room Thor had ever stood inside. The walls of black stone went up on either side of him. into a roof so high that the smoke at the top of it was lost in the dim. The floor was a great floor of stone slabs, and the slabs, he saw, had been worn smooth by the long passage of giants over them. Down the middle of the long room, there ran a great fire pit, longer than the fire pit of any hall of men. And in the fire pit, there burned a fire that had, Thor knew, been burning for as long as the longhouse had stood, which was perhaps the same as forever. He drank. The fire, he said, was a quiet fire. It was not a great roaring fire. It was a long, low, patient fire. The kind of fire that is being kept rather than being made. The logs in it were not the logs of any tree, Thor knew. They were long, slow-burning logs of a wood the giants alone could fell. They burned with a steady, soft orange light, and the light filled the long room. And the long room was, even in the deep cold of the deep winter of the deep country of the frost folk, warm. A wakeful listener on a bench at the back, the older fisherman Eyvind, made again the small low murmur of approval. Along the long walls of the hall, Helgi said, ran benches of stone, polished smooth, on which there lay, like sleeping wolves, the great fur cloaks of the giants who lived in the house. Some of the cloaks were stirring slightly. Some were not. The giants themselves were elsewhere, somewhere in the deep, further parts of the longhouse, somewhere in the long stone corridors that ran off into the dim. Thor could hear, very faint, the long, slow breath of giants asleep. He could hear, very faint, the small, steady tap of water dripping from some far stone. He looked at the fire in the hall. The giantess, he said, led Thor to a low stone bench beside the fire pit, and she gestured for him to sit. He sat. The bench was warm beneath him from the long heat of the fire. He looked up. The giantess had gone to a great stone shelf along the wall, and she had taken down from the shelf a wooden bowl as large as the wheel of a cart, and she had filled the bowl with a long, deep ladle from a pot that sat at the side of the fire, and the steam that came up from the bowl as she carried it back was the steam of a hot soup of mushrooms and barley, and the slow, long flesh of an old deer. A small, soft sigh went through the wakeful listeners. The hot soup in the deep cold of the deep tale was a thing they liked. The giantess, Helgi said, set the bowl on the stone bench beside Thor. She gave him a spoon of bone, the spoon of a giant, longer than his arm. She sat down herself on the bench opposite, across the fire pit. She looked at him through the steady, soft light of the fire. He paused, and she said, "Eat." The fire in the hall popped. A single small dry pop, and a single small spark rose into the smoke and was gone. "Thor ate," said Helgi. He took the long bone spoon, which was too large for him, but he managed it. He ate slowly. The soup was the best soup he had eaten in many years. It was hot, in the deep way that soup is hot, when it has been simmering on a slow fire for a very long time. It tasted of the deep earth, and of the deep forest, and of the deep memory of the giants. Thor did not speak as he ate. The giantess did not speak as he ate. They simply sat in the long, warm quiet of the longhouse, and the fire moved softly between them, and the very far breath of the giants in the further rooms made a small, slow rhythm in the air. And Thor ate. He looked at the fire in the hall. When he had finished, he said, he set the spoon down. He set the bowl down. He looked at the giantess. He thanked her in the small, careful way of a man who has been given a great gift by a stranger. And she nodded at him in the small, careful way of a woman who has given gifts to strangers many times. And she stood, and she took the bowl, and she carried it back to the shelf along the wall. Helgi drew himself slightly more upright on his stool. "Then," he said, "she came back. She stood for a moment in front of Thor. She looked down at him, in the long, quiet way she had looked down at him at the door. She said, 'You are tired. You have walked a long way. There is a bed for you in the small room beyond this one. The bed is the bed of a giant, and so it is too long for you. But you may use as much of it as you like. The fire here will be kept. The longhouse will not move. Sleep.'" He paused. "And Thor," he said, stood up. He thanked her again. He looked for a moment at the long, quiet hall. and at the long, patient fire, and at the long, sleeping cloaks of the giants who were elsewhere. And he felt in himself a long, slow thing he had not felt in a great while, which was the slow, honest tiredness of a being who has walked a long way, and who has been given at the end of it food and warmth, and the offer of a bed. The fire in the hall in which Helgi was telling the tale, here in the Hall of Men, moved a little in its quiet, patient way. A new small flame found a fresh edge of one of the smaller logs and stood up for a moment in the deep orange of the coal bed. Helgi let it stand. "Thor," he said, walked across the long stone floor of the longhouse, and he went through a small archway in the far wall, and he came into a small further room, smaller only by the standards of giants. And in the small further room there was, indeed, a bed. He smiled. The bed was a bed of stone, he said. It was covered, however, with many great furs, the long, deep furs of the frost folk, and the furs were heavy in the way only the furs of an ancient creature can be heavy, and they were warm in the way only furs that have been used a long time are warm. The bed was perhaps 4 times the length of Thor. It would have held comfortably an entire family of him. But he did not need the whole of it. He only needed a small corner. He paused and he looked briefly at one of the sleeping listeners on the benches near the fire, who had let her head fall a little further against the shoulder of her husband, and who was now breathing in the long, slow rhythm of true sleep. He took off his cloak, Helgi said. He folded it. He set it at the foot of the bed. He took off his boots. He set them beside the cloak. He sat down on the edge of the bed, in the small corner that he was going to use, and the great furs gave way slowly under his weight, with the small, soft yielding of furs that have known many sleepers. He lay back. He pulled one of the furs up over himself. The fur was so large that it covered him many times over, and he had to fold it back at his shoulders so that he could find the edge of it. He drank again from his cup of mead. And then, he said, Thor closed his eyes. The fire moved. The longhouse around him, Helgi said, was very quiet. It was the quiet of a house in which the great fire keeps itself, and in which the great walls of stone hold the cold of the country away from the bodies of the sleepers, and in which the long, slow breath of the giants in the further rooms makes a sound very far off that is not unlike the sound of a wind in a high pine, very far off on a winter night. There was no other sound. There was no clock. There was no second voice. There was only the long, slow rhythm of his own breath, and the slow keeping of the fire in the next room, and the long-held quiet of the house around him. He looked at the fire in his own hall. Thor lay there, he said, and he felt, for the first time in many days, the small, slow letting go that a body does at the true end of a long walking. His shoulders, which had been held high for the long mile, settled. His hands, which had been closed around the staff and around the bag and around the flask, opened. His jaw, which had been set for the long cold, went soft. His belly, which a being holds tight and cold without knowing, let go and went soft under the fur. He paused. He thought for a small while. He said, of the long journey he had made. He thought of the long white plain. He thought of the standing stones with their old runes. He thought of the small frozen stream he had followed down into the valley. He thought of the great door of black wood and the long wait beside it, and the slow opening, and the giantess in the doorway with her pale gray eye. The fire in the Hall of Men made a soft single crack, and a small spark went up. And then, Helgi said, his thoughts slowed. He looked at the fire. They became no longer thoughts, he said, but only the gentle drift of one thing into another. The walking, the stones, the door, the bowl of soup, the bed, the fur, the slow rise and fall of his own breath, the long-held quiet of the longhouse around him, the slow keeping of the great fire in the next room, the very far breath of the giants in the further rooms still further. He let this sit very long in the dim warm of his own hall. He let it pass over him, he said, and he let it pass over him again, and the longhouse held him, the way the great houses of the frost folk have held all the rare guests they have ever taken in. in the long centuries of the world, and the fur held him, and the fire kept itself, and the long winter night went on outside, and Thor, who had come a long way, and who had been given food and warmth, and the offer of a bed, drifted gently down into the deep, easy quiet of sleep. He paused again very long. "And that," he said softly into the dim of his own hall, "is the tale, or part of the tale of Thor in the country of the frost giants. In a winter very long ago, there is more of the tale. There is the morning that came after, and there is the long, slow conversation Thor had with the giantess over a second bowl of soup, and there is the long quiet, walking back across the plain, and there is the small white flower he found on the way home, on a stone he had passed without noticing on the way out. But those are tales for other nights. Tonight, the tale stops here, in the long, warm quiet of the giant's longhouse, with Thor asleep, and the fire kept, and the night held. The fire in his own hall moved. He looked around at his listeners. Most of them had, by now, fallen fully asleep. The few who had not had let their eyes close anyway. In the small, drifting way of listeners who have followed a tale to its restful end, and who are now in no hurry to come back from it. Helgi smiled very slightly in the dim. He drank the last of the mead in his cup. He set the cup down on the small wooden bench beside him. He sat for a moment without moving in the long warmth of his own hall, in the small good silence after a tale. The fire moved. A coal split. Outside the hall, the long, low wind made one more small call against the pines of the slope above, and then it was quiet again. And the long, deep middle of the long, deep winter night settled in around the hall and around the people in it, and around the fire in the pit at the center of it. Helgi let himself at last close his own eyes. The hall held him. The hall held all of them. And somewhere, in the long quiet, far off, in the country of the frost folk, in the longhouse of the giantess with the pale gray eye, the great fire kept itself, and the long, slow breath of the giants went on, and Thor slept on under his great fur. and the night kept being the night. And that was all. And now, a few quiet words to carry into sleep. You are safe. You are warm. The day is done. Nothing more is asked of you tonight. The room around you holds you gently. The bed beneath you holds you fully. Your body knows how to rest. Your mind may let go now. The long quiet is here. Sleep well, my friend. From the long quiet, sleep well, my friend. From the long quiet.